Call the agenda review meeting to order. I'll let Ms. Bowie get back to where she needs to be. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Good afternoon. Melissa Mason,
Here.
Josie Barnhart,
Here.
Pat Bradford,
I am here.
Judy Justice, Dr. Tim Merrick,
Present.
David Perry,
Here.
and Pete Wildeboer.
Also present.
All right. We will have the invocation, and originally it says Ms. Justice will lead the pledge. Ms. Barnhart, can you, I'm sorry, you just got in here.
I can do that.
Can you lead the pledge when we get done with the invocation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to open today's meeting in a prayer. My name is Christian Rutherford, and I am the youth pastor at Harbor United Methodist Church, as well as one of the pastors of Surf Church here in Wilmington. Let us pray. Jesus, we thank you so much for this day and this opportunity for us to gather together in this space. We ask that you would give us the wisdom and the discernment that we need to make critical decisions that are going to impact the lives of our children and our youth in this city. Keep our hearts open and our minds open to being receptive. Give us grace where we need to be given grace, and just allow this meeting to move with fluidity and at peace. Lord, we just love you. We thank you for everything that you are doing and the blessings that you have bestowed upon us. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I think Ms. Justice has a question about today's agenda, and if she does, now would be the time to say something.
All right. We are voting on approving the agenda, Ms. Justice. And we're at the discussion point, so if there is anything, I know you just walked in, but if there's anything.
When I was looking at it online, I saw the section where we're going to go over the agenda. Okay. So I was bringing up the request I made, I think it's been time before, the other meeting, concerning an update on what's going on with the alternative to the book Stamped that was taking out of that class. I think it's been 18 months ago, and that was part of the process. So is that going to be
And
on there
that,
today?
so because that was a decision that the board had made, I sent that over to curriculum, and we'll be discussing that in curriculum, the curriculum committee, because that's in that realm. We as a board were not tasked with finding an alternative to that book. It was the curriculum department.
Here's my only
And so as we're moving forward with the curriculum committee, that's one of the topics that we will be discussing.
But when will they be meeting again?
I believe June.
Okay,
June,
it's been 16 or 18 months.
correct.
And so, and it wasn't even tasked until I brought it up. And it's been then at least 6 weeks since I brought it up. I know curriculum doesn't meet every month. I understand that I used to be on the curriculum committee. But if nothing else, maybe after 16 months, there's nothing at this point, obviously, we can do. If you have a meeting before the next school board meeting of curriculum, so that you can look at it then and bring it to our next meeting, because this is getting really not fair to the public.
So the difficulty with that is the next meeting that we would be able to have would be the end of May, and it would fall on Memorial Day. And so we could not have it on Memorial Day. And so that's why it is June.
Right.
Yeah, Ms.
Dr. Merrick.
Thank you so much for recognizing me. I think we have a situation now. Supposing that it went back to curriculum and curriculum said, no, there's nothing that needs to be done about it. It would still fall back on a conversation with the board on whether or not to take action anyway. We've had many cases where, things go into one committee, but they still end up at the board. And I think it is time to have a conversation, and we could even put it into, information, so it would not be something that we would vote on this meeting, but to have the discussion, to let the public know that we're actually looking at this, and to let them know what the delay has been, be able to have some information. And we can have the curriculum, come and talk about what's going on in the process of making this decision, and what the obstacles are, and why it's taken so long.
So is there a motion?
I move that we put that into information on our May 6th meeting.
Is there a second?
I second.
So this would be an amendment to the agenda. Yes.
Point of order,
Yes, Mr. Perry.
we are approving the agenda for this meeting, right? Are we at 2 or 3?
What do you mean?
We're at 2. We're
Two.
approving this agenda.
Right, so I think if you're talking about adding it to the 6th meeting, then that's the next one. It's not proper right now.
Was it for today or was it for next week?
I
Okay.
agree with Mr. Perry.
So do you?
I will retract that amendment.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table to approve the agenda. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Ms. Barnhart, will you keep the time for me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And just stop me when you have a question, please. So we have the opening, the call to order, roll call, approval of the agenda, invocation, presentation of colors, national anthem, pledge of allegiance, approval of the minutes.
Madam Chair, the minutes are not yet up.
Okay. Do we have minutes available to post? They'll be posted by Thursday. Okay.
Are we still a month behind on the minutes, or are we?
Are we a month behind? We will be caught up.
Oh, excellent.
Okay. Recognitions. Yes.
Maybe I should hear who's going to do the...
Oh, the pledge. I didn't. Thank you. Do I have a volunteer to do the pledge?
I didn't hear what you said, sir.
The pledge.
Pledge?
As of right now, it says Dr. Merritt can do the pledge.
I'm happy to.
Okay, we'll have Dr. Merritt do the pledge. So recognitions. How long do you need? Yes, ma'am. Okay. So there are people that are not available at that time, and so you'd like to have another time as well, later on in the agenda. Do you have any kind of time frame that they are? Okay. Okay. Mr. Wilbur.
Maggie, are we going to be, the young people that we interviewed, are they going to be recognized? Okay. Okay. Oh, I was talking about the folks we just interviewed.
So students, future teachers.
We'll do them at that time? Good, cool. Thank you.
Ms. Barnhart?
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would suggest that we are potentially able to recognize those individuals prior to diving into the policy and all of it, this new section. I don't know if that would be enough time, but that would be past the call to audience, so a further hour into the meeting.
Well, my guess is if it's okay, when they come in,
To
I'll
just
just sort of
have it.
signal you and we'll put them in wherever. My gut's gonna tell me that you're gonna try to be able to get them before you do call the audience or maybe right after.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you think it's a pretty good guess? Yes.
Yeah, don't make them wait through an hour if they don't have to.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
You could sort of put a pause on call to audience and run that through just because they've been working for 10 or 12 hours. But we're gonna hope they're gonna hit it before we get there.
Yeah,
But it's so awesome that you really want to highlight that.
absolutely. So 10 minutes for there, but then 3 minutes somewhere else in the, okay.
I'm going to say 5.
That's fine. You can say 5.
Can I make a recommendation that if we do interrupt call to audience, that if we think that might happen, that we let the audience know ahead of time that we might have to interrupt?
Right, maybe they're not there by the time we get ready to roll. Yeah, yeah.
Student voice, do we have, Ms. Barnum, do we have students for student voice? Okay. Teacher voice?
That went out, I saw Ms. Fatima send out emails yesterday asking for people. So my intention, I know, is we wanted to have the Spark Lab people, they will do it for next month.
Okay.
So I'll be able to let you know by the end of the week if someone picked it up.
Okay.
And just a question there, 'cause I think Ms. Baggy was talking about maybe putting some of our folks in.
So there
That's
were
in recognition.
students that went to, okay, and that's during recognitions?
As part of the recognition.
Okay.
Maybe that, okay.
Yes.
So I'm just doubling down.
You're fine.
Like it.
That works. Superintendent's report, board chair report, call to audience. Information, we kind of had to do this a little different this time. Career and technical education presentation. Does anybody have any questions on that?
I'm just excited for it. So that's just my comment. Yes, I see her over there, but I'm just excited for it. They're doing some great stuff, and I'm excited to hear it.
Awesome. Local oral history, that presentation is going to be posted. When can we get that posted?
That will be posted when it's ready, so it will be posted by May 1st.
Okay.
How long for those 2 weeks?
So career and technical education presentation, how long do we need for that? So 15. Okay. And then the local oral history, Dr. Hamilton, how long do you think that's going to be?
I think that was about 10 minutes as well.
All right. Moving on to consensus. Oh, Dr.
Before we
Merrick.
move on, yeah, I would like to add, make a motion to add to the information, an update on what's happening with the book stamped, so that the public can understand where we are in the process and, what we need to do next.
All right. Is there a second?
Can you repeat it, please?
The motion was to add an update on the book stamped under information. Any discussion? Mr. Perry?
Yes, well, I guess this questions and also, I mean, at this point in the school year, the likelihood of stamping out of the curriculum before the end of this school year is not happening. So, could we potentially have it for next year? Yes, if there's discussions over the summer, which our curriculum committee could address, and I think that's probably the proper place to start. I don't think there's any rush other than trying to appease the public uproar in news articles to actually, get this done now. And I mean, I want to make sure that we get the right people in here having the right discussions from presentations about making sure that there's a diversity of viewpoints presented in class, so it's not. So I've just not seen the necessity of doing it now as opposed to letting it go to curriculum first.
Ms. Justice?
I think, Mr. Perry, that's not what we're asking. We're just asking, Dr. Merrick is just asking to have an update to the public. So we won't get the emails, the questions, the confusion. The whole idea is transparency and communication, which is always a challenge in any part of life. So that's all we're trying to do. Does that help you understand what?
So you just want to make an announcement of where we're at, and is that the idea?
Yeah. So the public will understand.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Well, I'm just going to have to ask the obvious question. We just did. Didn't we just announce what it is? So I understand that next Tuesday might be a little different, but I think we just announced that it's going to go to curriculum, and if anybody that's watching now or that's in the audience now would know that. So I don't understand why.
The media can pick it up.
Yeah. Okay. I just don't. If somebody could help me with that. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Merrick?
I do agree that we've heard something that, I mean, frankly, I don't know what the holdup is. It's been 18 months. I don't know what it is. We could talk about it now and that would be fine. But, you know, from what I understand from the statistics, only about 200 people watch this show, if you will, and more like 2,500 people watch the full board meeting. So I think.
Spin-off.
What's that? It's a spin-off, right. This is
This is Joni Loves Chachi.
Exactly. And I think it's only fair to the public to bring, you know, substantive discussions to the full board meeting.
Madam Chair.
All right. Ms. Bradford, and then
I'm going to vote no, because the last board meeting we had, I don't want to jump up any more fever in the community than is already out there. I just want to have some peace and not fulfill campaign promises, not build my personal silo. I just want to do the business of teaching children.
and because you've gone, I'm going to have Ms. Barnhart go.
Thanks. I think later on in this agenda review meeting, we're going to be talking about board committees, and maybe it's something that we just have the topic of conversation of curriculum committee and board members being a part of that, because I think that is the right place for this at the time. When we're talking about collaboration, I'm very excited for this local oral history. That's something that we talked about together as a board to enhance the curriculum that we have, but I think it's something that maybe we should revisit and have the conversation of board members being a part of that curriculum committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Ms. Justice.
Okay, I think this would diffuse any kind of public pushback by having information so people understand. Also, as somebody that has been in charge of curriculum in the district, has worked with curriculum for decades, and has been on the curriculum committee, I think it's a plus for us to have a discussion about the book and how curriculum does its role, because most people don't understand it. You know, they see the magic at the end where the kids come home with the homework and talk about what they did in school. But it's nothing but an enhancement for our public to understand behind the scenes how we go about developing and locally, like Ms. Barnhart was just talking about the local history. These are all good things, and part of that would be the situation with staff. So I don't see it as being a problematic situation. It wouldn't take that long, but I do know that the public would like it. And it's not a campaign promise, because this is going on for 16 months, long before there was a campaign. This is something the public is interested in, obviously.
Dr. Merrick, and then Mr. Perry.
I object to the assertion that it's a campaign promise. I mean, it could just as easily be said that the banning of the book was a campaign promise. So let's put that out. We can't decide which part of the public we want to show up and which part of the public we don't want to show up. That's not our job. If the public is concerned, and if they do come, it's actually our job to listen and find out why. But the bottom line is, we do have a policy that says that if is motioned and seconded, we must bring it to the board within 2 months. And to send it to curriculum is great. I think that's a really great channel. It's a good way to do it, but it does not abrogate the responsibility of this board to pick up something that was motioned and seconded within 2 sessions.
So let's call the question, Madam Chair.
Second.
So the question has been called. That requires a 2/3 vote. So Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll? This is to end discussion.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Mr. Wilbur?
Yes?
Dr. Merrick?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
And Ms. Justice?
No?
Okay, that does not pass. Mr. Perry.
Very quickly. Do you just want to make it, how long do you think you need for this? 1 minute to give an announcement to the public? Is that all you're looking for? If you want a minute, I'll give it to you.
Okay. Dr. Barnes.
I would ask, before that goes much further, a week will give me time. I don't think that any of us have checked in with that teacher in a significant amount of time regarding the subject, so that would give me time to make sure that she knows that conversation is out of the zeitgeist again. I don't want her to feel like, well, where's this going to come? Because obviously she's moved on, she's added some new curriculum. So just make sure that we get a chance to touch base with her in the next week. Thank you.
All right. So the motion on the table is to add a brief update of the book stamped under information. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Mr. Willibor?
No?
Ms. Bradford?
No?
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Merritt?
Yes.
And Ms. Justice?
Yes.
All right, that fails 4 to 3, 3 to 4. It fails. Continuing on to consensus items, capital project transfers. Does anybody have any questions
I
relating
think I
to
do.
that? Ms. Barnhart?
I'd just like some clarity, the Nutanix, that is the cybersecurity, is that the correct understanding? Aging data center solution?
This is actually replacing our existing A&A new data center solution. So
Okay.
I think that is something different. Ms. Brinson isn't here with us.
So the local storage.
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually, that powers 100+ virtual servers on our network.
Ms. Bradford?
I couldn't get either of those supporting document links to open, and so if somebody could work that out so that we could actually see what it is. Actually, none of those right now will open, not even the MIDI Evans capital outlay.
Anyone else have any trouble getting something?
It has to download.
Yeah, it's taking a little time right now. I'm able to see it now.
I was able to open it, so.
It's like you have to click it and then click the file to be open once you click on it.
So you have to download it to your computer and then open it?
Yes.
Yeah, they're forcing, it's a forced download.
There you go. That's what it's called. It's like the technical.
That.
Double click.
I know how to do it. I know how to do it. I don't think it's, anyway, never mind.
That project is, if this helps at all, we have identified E-rate revenue that can be used to pay for part of that project. The total project is $456,000. The E-rate revenue identified can pay for $267,000, which leaves our portion of about $188,000. So with processing this transfer, it'll pay for half of our portion, and then the other $92,000 is included in the capital outlay request.
And just for clarity purposes, looking at the document, 85 cents is what's being transferred from the New Hanover High School repairs. Like it was like a small balance, so I don't want people to read that and think, oh, we're taking, it's like 85 cents will be transferred from the resurface track project at New Hanover High School project, so it's not like we're taking, I just want to put that out there. They're
Yes,
just, it's just
so-
like the small amount, they're
Right.
just using everything to.
Yeah, so what has happened is a lot of projects have ended, and
Right.
so we've had small balances left on all these little projects. I'm just trying to scoop it all up.
That's right.
To fund some other things, before.
Like $3.38 for the security
Yes,
cameras, so like
yes.
it's very small amounts, so if you
Yes,
see some of these in there-
36 cents too, out there for vehicle replacement, so,
Yeah,
yeah, so you don't want that money to go away, we want to use
Thank
it
you.
to continue.
This is,
Mr. Perry?
this
This
like
is
a
capital project transfers under consensus.
Yeah, so can I make a motion that, I'm sure it's a consensus, I'm just a little concerned about apparently some stuff I read in the news about Rob Zappel saying that our facilities team is in shambles or something. Can we address that in here somewhere?
I certainly can address it right now, or I can address it next week, whatever the question.
That'd be good.
No, that's fine.
Next week.
So Ms. Sutton and I are meeting with both Eric Cradle and Chris Coudray on Friday to bring to him a copy of all of our outstanding capital items and their expected due dates. Some of the reason for that outstanding balance is the money is encumbered, meaning it's already earmarked to pay for work that's not yet completed. And so some of that work we won't pay for until it's finished. And so we've got completion dates for everything from Mr. Coudray and Mr. Cradle. We'll provide that to you guys as a board as well, and we'll bring it up next Thursday at the finance. But just to make sure we clear up any misconceptions there are. I will remind everyone that, both the county and the board, Remind you that both the county and the board had very specific goals to reduce the size of our central office. A lot of what we had were project managers that were being funded by the past bond. And as those bond projects were completed, the funding for those positions went away. No one lost their job, but as people went over to other things, they weren't replaced because the bond money isn't there to replace that position. So we all know that everybody took a hit with the budget last year, schools and central office, and this is one of those places where I'm trying to make sure we're being good stewards of our money, and as the scope of jobs change, the scope of work changes as well.
Dr. Merrick?
I think you're bringing up a really cogent point, that by being fiscally responsible and reducing our staff, and then to be told that we don't have staff to do the work, that's a double bind that's not fair. And so thank you for making that point.
Well, we will pivot as needed, and as projects, I fully expect as the bond, if the board requests a bond, et cetera, those would either be built in to the bond projects, a project manager cost, or we would pivot upwards as we have the availability. But as we get smaller, we have to have people doing more than one job, simply because that's the world that we're in right now.
Ms. Bradford?
Dr. Burns, would you explain the simple example of school that's getting windows because of moisture and the difference between the calendar year and the school year and the fiscal year?
Sure. And again, 38 cents over there. You make sure you keep me on line here. A good example is we want to replace the windows in one wing at Alderman. Well, that can't be done during the school year because of the disruption it causes to the educational process. So it has to happen over the summer. So some jobs have a completion date of August 1st simply because they can't start until June 1st.
And the point is the fiscal year ends June 30th.
June 30th.
So it splits 2 fiscal years.
Ms. Justice?
These are all important points, and this is part of the communication challenge we have when we're working with different government agencies, in this case the commissioners, because in all fairness, in the past, this has happened before. Over, in fact, several cycles, different years, we don't spend all the money down until July or whatever goes on. And so this is one of the things that concerned me about them bringing it up, like they suddenly had never heard of this happening before. So this is the kind of communication we need to express to them, so that next year, this won't even be an issue. And I'm not sure why it was, and you know, Mr. Zappel's been on the board for quite a while, county commissioners. I'm surprised he didn't remember, but in the future, we just need to keep over-communicating. I guess that's the best way of saying it, and that's what we're doing right now.
And Ashley's done a great document that lists every single project and its completion date.
Okay.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. I want to give a shout out to our county commissioners because this year was the first year they asked for specifically having facilities and upgrade projects so that we could potentially secure even more funding for our schools. But I do appreciate the dialogue and the intentionality, not only with the finance committee, but with our counterparts to let them know this is where we're at with this project, because that's what they want to know, is to say, where are they going? And I think, again, a great example, and it's not on here, and I had sent you a text, Madam Chair, to have an update for New Hanover High School of where we're at, because just this year, they have invested almost $7 million to that school. And so it goes without saying, we can see a fast turnaround time whenever the projects we're able to do with, like you said, those constraints and restrictions. And so I appreciate it. So my understanding, we're going to get that update of where we are of the spending and the projects completed this week, and so will our commissioners. So we're all on the same page of that?
Correct.
Or you've already sent that to the commissioners?
We have not already. We're bringing it Friday when we meet with them.
Okay.
And then we'll be presenting it to all of you folks next week when we sit down for the finance meeting.
Thank you for
But
that.
I will
clarity.
tell you that more than half of that total number is New Hanover. Now, some of our folks have sat down. We've gotten a rough draft, a sort of a rough draft of the facility study for New Hanover. And as a board, you guys are set to hear that in June.
Because I did bring that. So continuing contracts and purchase orders. Does anybody have any questions about those? You're fine. I'll give you a second. No? Okay. student accident policy.
Can we get that one explained?
Ms. Sutton, are you able to,
Try to find-
I know, you're trying to get there.
I think I had some notes on that one.
You're good.
So, of course, I don't have those. So what this is, let me bring up what we have out there, hold on, sorry. All right, so, when every year, as part of the reevaluation for all of our insurance policies, we use our current insurance agent to get quotes for us. So we make sure we're getting the best price, right, for the service. This year, in addition to doing that, so McGriff Insurance Services has been our agent for the past several years. And I just wanted to look into some other agents to see if maybe I could get some better prices, because we hadn't done that in a while. So going through that process, we actually were able to get a little bit slightly better pricing from Surrey Insurance. And so that is the group that I'm looking at going with. However, they also brought up something that I thought was worth talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we had talked about it briefly. Currently, our students do not have insurance on campus. Now, athletes, we are required by state to cover for athletic events, but our other students do not have insurance while they're on campus. And so, of course, in our orientation packets, we include a form where parents can pay, and it's very cheap. $5, $6 for the year for their child to have insurance. However, a lot of parents don't take advantage of that. And so I would like for the board to maybe consider us getting a policy for our students so that they would have coverage while they're on campus, not just athletes or while they're playing sports, but while they were doing other things on our campuses. It's less than $1 a student if we were to do that. It amounts to, I think it was around $20,000 to cover all of our students. And so as long as they're involved in an event that's being sponsored by one of our staff members, this insurance would cover that for our students. And what I would like to do, I think with the slight decrease in costs for the athletic insurance, and I think that our general liability insurance might come in a little bit less too. So I was just wanting to run this by the board if the board is in agreement that this is something you'd like for me to pursue. If I have enough funding in the budget that's already been approved in this resolution, if I have an extra $20,000 to use that money to buy this additional coverage. But I didn't want to move forward if that's something the board didn't want to consider.
Ms. Bradford, and then
Two things. I had a couple specific language. Item 4 in the MOU, it says obligations of the board, and it lists things that the board is responsible for, but the board isn't responsible. That would be the district. So is that the right language in this MOU? There's two places, and then when it says notices to the board will go to Ms. Varnum. And I wondered if that shouldn't have said district.
G or C?
4, obligations
No,
of the
but
board.
Which one are you on? Because I
The
don't,
MOU
there's
for-
no
Yeah, we're
MOU
still
for
not
this
there.
one. This is student accident policy.
Oh, sorry.
It's item C. Yeah, so there's no attachment. This was just for conversation. I wanted to provide a recommendation.
And my question was, does that then extend our liability? If we have an insurance policy, I've asked the board attorney, does it change any legal responsibility on our part once we're covering students? Then we have to worry about exceptions and this, that, and the other, because we don't have it now, right? Except for athletes.
Mr. Blanch?
Okay, are you talking about purchasing optional insurance for the
Yes.
student? Right. The board's opinion is made by the purchase of insurance. That's insurance that covers the board's liability, not this. It sounds to me like the type of policy you're talking about is similar to, for example, a med pay policy that someone would have. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that. It's a no-fault type policy. A lot of businesses have that. If somebody slips and falls, on the sidewalk out in front of it, it will pick up $5,000 or something of their medical expenses without a showing of fault. So it's just like a supplemental insurance policy. It doesn't impact our liability one way or another. It just provides a way for them to recover and pay for medical expenses without having to prove that the school or someone else was negligent and at fault for it.
That's a good
It's a
point.
budgetary concern,
Very good point. The other thing is we have really, even though this doesn't really, I guess, mitigate our liability related to incidents that happen that are, our fault, right? However, there are certain activities that we no longer are allowing our students to participate in because the concern that they might get hurt or something might happen. And I felt like having this policy might let us reevaluate those prohibited activities. Maybe knowing that we have this policy, we have a better comfort level with allowing, so like petting zoos. Right now, we say no to petting zoos because you might get bitten. And so if we had this policy, maybe we would say, okay, but we have a policy where if you are hurt, then at least we would cover that injury. But I think that's something that the board needs to consider. Yes.
My question is, what kind of coverage does the policy afford? Medical payments?
So if this is something the board wants to move forward with, I can certainly get a copy of the policy and share that with the attorneys to make sure that we feel comfortable that is covering the things that we're looking for. But I didn't want to proceed down the path if this wasn't something we were interested in.
Ms. Justice and Mr. Wildebohr, and everybody wants to
Are
go.
we,
So Ms.
okay, I'm
Justice.
just trying to clarify here. So we're referring to bringing this, or just approving the MOU during our regular meeting, or are we going to talk about this in public during
There's
the
no
next-
MOU on this. This
Okay.
is just, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Sutton, this is just giving the
Basically,
go-ahead to pursue more information on this. Is that correct?
It's a
So
consensus
should we do a
item.
motion to
It's
have
part-
her?
It's part of the, at this, so right now it says the recommendation is purchasing the comprehensive student accident policy for $20,000 contingent upon the actual insurance renewals for general liability insurance being less than the estimated budget and the excess funds being sufficient to cover this additional cost. So it's a contingent, there's a contingency.
Okay, so we got to wait for the
Madam Chair?
contingency.
Point of
Mr.
order.
Will.
Could not Ms. Justice go ahead and make a motion that we move this forward to Ashley now, so that by next week she might have some new info?
Well, can we have everybody ask the questions that they, first, Mr. Wildebohr?
I remember back in my principal days, we actually, the state school boards had some kind of a similar policy.
Right.
It's already covered, kind of out of the child comes an arm and they ended up paying for it. So if we already have something, if we're covered at least somewhat under that, what would be the difference?
We currently do not have that unless it's a liability is found on our side. So currently I think at some point we may have had a similar policy, but we do not have one now.
Okay.
Dr. Merrick, and then Mr. Perry.
I was kind of shocked to hear that we didn't have that kind of coverage. I mean, if we can cover it with the savings, it just seems so irresponsible not to. But I also, even though it's only $5 or $6 or whatever it is, for some people that's like, okay, I'm not going to have lunch money today, And I don't want to ever have a situation where we end up where some people can afford the services and some can't. I think if we're going to have the services, it should be for everybody. And so I like this idea. I heard you say that you might want to pull it off and check, but I'd vote for it now.
Terry?
Speaking of campaign promises, I made one to my grandson so that we could ask for a special day each year for bring your pet to school day. I'm hoping that maybe this insurance would cover that such a thing, and so I am definitely for it.
Look at the look on this man's face.
Above the horse.
Having chest pains. But I also think too that this is, some of our parents are unable to have insurance for their kids. And that is a significant cost as well, that obviously this would cover that.
Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you. I just think this speaks to the assessment when we're looking at reevaluating. I know this is something for like the benefits and the add-on for our staff too. I know we're not up on contract for that, but reevaluating it for our students, because over the years, the insurance that we're able to offer has been cut substantially. So we're bringing this back to saying, if this is an opportunity that we can invest in, I'm absolutely for it. My question comes with, what is the term of that? If we're looking at, and it looks like a good possibility that with the savings that we're getting through the academic lens that we can, not academic, athletic lens, that we can add on this extra liability. So what would that term be of potentially, we'd be able to have this for X amount of years before reevaluation? I don't know what the contract is.
So it is an annual
So it's an
insurance
annual?
policy that we would come back to, and we would put out, just like we did this year, I would be using the young group, that would be our new agent for this, and then I would ask them to get quotes and, identify who's the best provider for the service. So it's
So-
an annual.
My follow-up with that is, if we had a base that we bought in for all students, could families then in turn buy further in if they say, I want to do further insurance for my students?
Yes.
I don't know if that's a possibility. that we
Yes,
would
I
provide.
think so.
Okay,
I could
so-
ask for that information when I contact them to get the base, the 20,000. I could ask for additional options for parents if they
Because I
would
think
like
parents
to.
might be interested in that as well. If we're
Certainly.
able to provide this for your child, but
Right.
if you want further, then to do that,
Certainly.
okay.
I'm sure
On
they
an
would be
annual
glad to
basis.
offer
Thank
other
you.
options.
Ms. Justice?
Yes, I move that we add this to our upcoming meeting agenda with further information gathered by then, so we can vote on it.
This is part of it already?
Pardon?
Because it's part of the consensus. This is part of consensus already, so this is already for the next meeting.
Madam Chair,
Um,
I amend Ms. Justice
Record.
motion to do it now, instead of waiting till next week to move it forward under consensus.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we can vote on it now.
Is
just
there a
to get it
second?
going.
We need the financial.
Let's wait.
Okay, there's no second for that. So, it is on the agenda. I think that having more information, we could ask for that.
Can you hit that turnaround time?
I will reach out to him and see if I can get the information back, and if I have it back in time, I'll provide it at the board meeting.
Thank you.
Just ask for the declarations page, and that'll be enough.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right. D, I am actually going to make a motion to remove that. We're addressing that today because there is a deadline of May 2nd, I believe, that we need to have that agreed upon, and so that is under today's agenda, the agenda review. So I'm going to make a motion to remove D from next week's agenda.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Next, we have E, Memoranda of Understanding with Western Governors University for the 2025-2026 school year. Were there any questions, Ms. Bradford?
I have questions on this and the upcoming, skip over to G, memorandums, and I just wanted to ask the superintendent, I had expressed an interest last year or the year before, or both, that rather than wait a whole year, requiring them to go a whole year without checking sex offenders and so on, that we shorten that to half a year. Have you had any chance to look into that?
I have not. Are you asking me to check employees or to check?
Well, what we require under the MOU is for the...
Oh, I see what you're
the
saying.
provider to check those registries once a year, but a lot can happen in 6 months. So to better protect our students, to better comply with all the things we have to comply with, it just seems like if it wouldn't be terribly inconvenient for anyone, if we shorten that window to every 6 months.
And Jen, I want you to, Ms. Geller, I want you to check on this to see if I'm wrong, but once they start student teaching here and things like that, they come under our guardian system, which monitors them throughout the course of their time. I think that's correct, isn't it?
So that's correct for all of our employees. If we allow the university to run their background checks, they would not be in our system. We can take their information and upload it, so in fact we could, if that's what you would like.
Because I think once they start their student teaching here, they go into that volunteer aspect of volunteer 2 status, which is attractive guardian.
And we would upload their information into
Yeah.
the system more so than when they first start, right? So those uploads into Guardian, we have to take that information and manually upload them, which we can do, yes.
So we would do that.
So what do we need to do that?
Nothing. We'll just
Nothing,
do that.
got it. Yeah.
Ms. Barnhart?
That was going to be my clarity. Does there need to be any language changes in the MOU so that interns are now uploaded into our system, that they're perpetrated?
I think what I would suggest that we do is make sure that interns know that they are also considered volunteers because their time with us, and that would have them fall under that volunteer 2 status, which is
When
something
we
that's
upload them.
back,
Sure
that
thing.
we check on.
Okay, absolutely.
And then the,
Ms. Bradford?
if we're just on E, no, I'll wait for G.
Okay, anything else on E?
Yeah.
Dr.
I'm
Merrick?
just, the newbie here, I'm curious, is MOUs, I see this with, UNCG and Western Governors. What sort of MOUs do we have with Watson, using UNCW?
Each individual school has their own,
And we
so
have-
there's a whole host of them.
And so these are very similar, these are similar to what we already have with Watson? Thank you.
All right. F, contracts extending into fiscal year 2026. Anybody have questions about those? Okay. G, memorandum of understanding with YMCA, YWCA, and NC Swim. Mr. Woodward.
First off, I'd like to say this is great. When I started 112 years ago, I was at Trask Middle School. I said, I can't believe we don't teach kids how to swim here. Very familiar with YMCA, YWCA, not at all familiar with NC Swim.
Yeah.
Can somebody tell us about that? I don't even know where, do they have their own pool? What are they?
Ms. Barnum.
So NC Swim is the partner for the YWCA and the YMCA. But to my knowledge, and Mr. Worthington is here also as he works as a liaison with this program, my understanding is it's specifically in the YM and YW pools. Is that correct?
That's a grant.
Correct.
Hey.
So the reason NC Swim has come on is because we need more volunteers. We have expanded the program over the past couple of years. NC Swim supports this program. They're a nonprofit that advocates for swimming all of their individuals certified and being able to train as well. And so as we've grown and added more schools, NC Swim is going to come alongside of us and support in the exact same capacity, but under the guidance of YMCA and YWCA, just to ensure that we've got all of our students covered and all of them supported in the pools. We've had to expand and add a couple of pools. You can see some kids swimming out at Lincoln Stadium getting there at the end of May. We are using the near Y, we're using the YWCA, and a couple other pools as well. So this is a good time for us to add this in as we're expanding pools and locations and possibly as well expanding into more schools to provide more second graders with this opportunity. So NC Swim is going to come along and provide more support in terms of staffing and people in the water.
So it's sort of like synchronized swimming.
I know Ms. Bradford and then
It reminds me, the MOUs we've just done, or we're potentially going to do with the insurance. And this one, have the attorneys, is this working off the template that these attorneys have approved or another attorney had approved in the past? And then again, I have this language question because it says obligations of the board under 4, and then it lists all these things. And I think that's the obligations of the district and not the board. Because I don't want to be obligated to solicit students or be the primary contact for parents or provide the why with a list of students. As the board, I don't want to do that. It doesn't fall under our purview, it falls under his purview. So why does that say obligation to the board?
So the MOU has been reviewed in prior by attorneys. So it was in last school year, the May board meeting in 2024. So it was reviewed at that time. And basically because this is a memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and the other agencies, then our board is saying, yes, these are the things we'll do, but administration actually takes care of those. They're not responsibilities of board members, they are responsibilities of the agency though. And we handle all the things in number 4. And then I wanted to, you had a question about the background checks. Do you want me to circle back to that?
Sure.
So as a part of the, well, I just had it and I've lost it. Oh, here it is, on page 3, section.
Which MOU?
I'm only on the SWIM MOU. Under number 6, the general provisions under F, the Jessica Lunsford Act and criminal background checks, while they have to be conducted annually, there's an additional statement in here that says under no circumstances shall any YMCA, YW, or NC Swim personnel be assigned to work with any student or own property or at a New Hanover County Schools event if, and it lists several things, if they have appear on any registry, convicted of a felony, convicted of any crime, whether misdemeanor or felony involving sex, violence, or drugs, and then it continues on. One thing that we require within our responsibility in managing MOUs is ensuring that we have on record the signature from the agency that they have conducted their checks.
Cool, thank you. Ms. Barnhart and then Dr. Merrick.
Thank you. I love seeing this program. I know Y and New Hanover County Schools, we were named one of the champions with them of just this partnership. So to see it grow is wonderful, and NC Swim does a wonderful job. They offer free lessons to students in our community, and so I have seen that throughout, so I love to see them getting involved with this. My question became along the lines of frequency. I know I happened to be at one school where the kids were getting on the bus, and so getting to talk with the staff that got to take them and the kids and how excited they were. So how often are they actually going to swim lessons? And then when it comes to providing that feedback, I think is said in here, that feedback will be given to the superintendent. But I'd love to hear about how many are actually learning to swim and what is that success rate we're seeing, because you know, the unfortunate reality of being so close to water, we don't want any accidents to happen. So if we can say that we're boosting the chances of survival with that, I think that's wonderful. So if you could speak to that, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the YMCA came out and spoke to our principal at the last principal meeting just to discuss how the pilot program is operated. They didn't give explicit numbers, but they gave some testimonials about students who were afraid of touching the water at all, and by the end of the week, they were in the water and being able to do some of the rudimentary moves that we want them to do for rescue swim. In terms of actual numbers of students that we would say came from no contact or fear of water to being able to swim, I'd have to reach out to them to answer that question. So they go for 5 days. In a couple of cases, we've had to reduce that before because of logistics or the calendar. But students are going to be in the water from the first day on. And so each day is about an hour and a half to 2 hours of time spent at each facility working with Y swimmers. Their teachers are there with them, but just for the record, teachers are not in the water. They are not there teaching to swim. We saw that probably would be something they wanted to do. But in just terms of feedback itself, the students and parents have been elated to do this. Principal leaders will tell you at the very beginning, it's like, man, that's a big deal.
That's a lot of big ass, yeah.
You know, swim trunks and towels, and they're coming back wet. They've got to do with wisdom or whatever the case is for their curriculum. But when the principal gets done with the week, it's, man, this has been awesome. Look, our kids love it. It is us teaching the whole child, and it's an opportunity so they want to continue. Since you asked about frequency and us being able to expand this, I will say the expansion is really going to be based on logistics. We're going to work towards that goal of seeing all second graders. I think last year we had right at 500 students to be a part of this program. A lot of that is going to depend on logistics involving transportation and just our own calendar. We have 25 schools, and so getting second graders amongst all 25 schools into the water is probably going to be a logistical challenge. So we're going to start meeting early and often to get it done. And as we go through I have a second grader next year. She's already a water bug. Whether or not she's able to get in, it's going to depend on whether we can handle the logistics. Thankfully, YMCA is covering all of the costs for every single bit of it. So this doesn't cost us a dime to create.
At this point, they have a grant that is ending next year.
Did you say all 25 schools, though, or how many schools did you say were currently participating?
So currently, we operated with a few schools in a pilot program. And
That's what
I
I'm
think
saying.
we got up to 12 schools for this year and last year. And so we're looking to expand that more now that we know the funding is there. But it's going to, of course, depend on logistics of school calendar, transportation, those types of things.
Thank you.
Dr. Merrick?
Thank you, Mr. Worthington. I'm just delighted to see kids be able to get out and do something with their bodies in a way that's going to, support them, and it's fantastic. And I did meet with NC Swim over at Freeman School during their STEM event, and they were wonderful. They had great testimonials there, and what they talked, just their faces lit up talking about how happy these kids were and how the teachers were also really impressed with what was going on with the kids. But they did say we only have, a handful of schools. We really want to expand, and I didn't even think about it until this came up today. I'm like, thank goodness.
Yeah, we're excited that the Y has worked on getting some funding for this, that increase if we can make more schools happen. We'll be excited.
Ms. Justice?
Yes, back to the discussion about the board and the district. Maybe the attorneys can elaborate on the relationship when you use those terms, because, I'm sorry, I'm too far away from the mic, because in essence, we are the district. The board is the district. There is no separation. I mean, if my understanding, which has been for years, and I think that everybody on the board needs to understand that. If you could
You're the
elaborate.
corporate body, that's correct. Like if this were a contract or a MOU between General Motors and someone else, you would be, referring to General Motors. The board is the decision maker for it, but the actual obligation runs to the whole agency. What you're saying essentially in these is the board will cause such and such to happen. Will cause the agency to do X, Y, and Z. So you're correct.
It's the law.
All right. Anything more on that? All right. Application for career and technical education state federal funding fiscal years 2025-26. Any questions on that? All right. So we have that as taking about 5 minutes. If we have more information about the student accident policy, I'm going to say we want to maybe extend that at least 5 more minutes, so say 10 minutes. That would be that way we can get that information and ask any questions.
Then, of course, it's part of the consensus item. We want to discuss it.
We'll pull it. You pull it. We'll pull it, right. We'll pull it, right. So I'm going to, just for keeping track of time, that's why I'm saying that.
But it will not be included in the consensus.
Well, as of right now, it is. We will have to pull it. Yes. Under policy, Mr. Wildebohr, how much time do you think you need for policy?
We have 10 wonderful policies here to discuss. I would say, I probably would say 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Yeah, we're there. I always like to say 15, and we're done in 8. Okay, maybe I'm getting some vibe from the other side. Maybe we should do 20? I mean, I'd rather say 20 and be done in 10 than the other way around, so.
All right, let's say 20.
Let's say 20.
Okay. Ms. Bradford?
Can we pull 2450 now? And I'd like an opinion from our board attorneys who have the Robert's Rules and Order in their hands. There's a proposal to support suspension of board policies and to change anytime we do that from a majority to a supermajority. And I'd like for these attorneys to render their opinion on changing. We've adopted Robert's Rules of Order, and we're following Robert's Rules of Order. So what happens when we deviate with what Robert says, and we now make something much harder to do The use of the supermajority is very rare, and it's very protected under Roberts, so I'd like their opinion of it, and I'd just soon hear it now.
Okay. Attorneys? Any?
I'd like to hear Ms. Bradford rephrase that for us.
Well, if you look at policy 2450,
Okay.
there is a motion to change that policy to make it a supermajority vote to suspend the rules. And right now, because it's following Robert's Rules of Order, it is a majority vote. And I'd like your opinion, legal opinion, on what happens if we deviate from Roberts. Because Roberts protects the right of the little person, the small minority vote. That's one of the reasons why Roberts exists, is so that everyone has a chance to speak and be heard and not be, so that they have equal say. And whenever we go monkeying with something that Roberts has already set out, it's concerning.
Go ahead.
This is something I've never thought about in the context of a school board before. There are mandated instances for other municipal agencies where you have to have a supermajority. For example, by statute, land use decisions are now all a majority vote, except for variances, which must be 4/5. But I can't think of any right off the top of my head where you're mandated to, on a substantive matter, all right? Like if let's say a contract comes in front of you. I can't think of a situation where you're required to vote with a, supermajority. Everything would be a simple majority. But when we're talking about the operation of you just gave a perfect example 5 minutes ago in the cloture vote you had, to close off debate, you're under Robert's rules, even though substantively, when that question got called, it would be a majority, simple majority. To close off, for cloture, you need a supermajority.
Correct.
Sitting here being put on the spot right now, I can't think of a reason why you couldn't do it to change policy. And I'm talking about just in the operation of the meeting. I'm not talking about the substantive things that come in front of you. On the substantive things that come in front of you, I think you probably are stuck with a regular majority. And you know what I mean by the substantive things, all of the decisions that you're actually making. I think I can't imagine how you could justify a supermajority, say, for any decision that comes in front of the board. I know. You're talking about suspending the rules for the
It's
the
suspension of
procedural
board
rules for the meeting.
policies. 2450 is suspension of board policies.
Mr. Woodward, did you have your hand up? Because I thought I saw you did, but I know that Dr. Peck also does.
I get this little cheat sheet many years ago. It actually says under suspended rules, suspended rules which you can't interrupt, you need a second, debate, no, amend, no. And that already, necessitates a two-thirds vote,
So it already says it in Robert's rules.
we already have it here, so.
It's in Robert's rules
And
currently.
for what it's worth, 115-C-36, I've got it open right now. It doesn't mention, majority or supermajority in it. But, obviously the common law rule for everything is going to be just an ordinary majority. But I see what you're saying now. You're talking about changing board policy, the underlying substantive policies, like in our policy manual, rather than...
No, sir, it's suspending the board policies, and I've seen it done at state levels in big meetings where they say, so that we can discuss this, we're going to suspend the policies of the board today for this issue. I've seen it done.
Okay, you're just talking about the board, like the operation of the meeting. The procedural policies, not the...
I need a better example of understanding what the question is.
That's why I'm bringing this up today. Maybe if you study it between now and next
Yes,
week.
if we can, instead of eating up everybody's time, we can talk about it afterwards if you like.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, it's not rare. I think I have seen in every single meeting I've been in since I was elected, the choice to ignore policies. Like, for instance, we have a policy that says once a thing is motioned and seconded, it must come before the board within 2 meetings. That's been ignored multiple times. So that is actually a case, and I brought it to you during this meeting. I said, hey folks, I'm giving you the option. If you don't want to follow the policy, then quote 2450 and just say that's what you're doing, right? So we have policies in our manual, and if we don't want to follow them, we should be on record for it. So say, you know what, we're not going to follow policy today. And I don't think that should be done casually. I don't think we should ignore our policy manual. That's why we have it. I would also object to the idea that we're protecting the little person. I think just the opposite. What we don't want is to have a majority rule that comes in and takes over the board, no matter where it's coming from. The idea of having it be a super majority is such that we just can't ignore our policies unless a strong faction believes it's the right thing.
Ms. Justice, and then Mr. Perry?
This is policy, and we're supposed to be talking about it in policy. And I know that Ms. Bradford asked to talk about it now, but this is the kind of discussion we should be having in policy. That's why we have a policy committee, and then bring it to the full board, which is what we should be doing during the board meeting.
This is what we're doing right now? Yes.
We're not, no, I'm talking about voting for the policy.
We're not voting for the policy, we're discussing the policy, we're asking questions about the policy, which is what we do now.
We did talk about the policy.
And you'll did.
Exactly.
Mr. Perry?
Yes, it was in policy, we voted for it, and the reason the example, and perhaps attorneys could, the example I came up with is, for instance, if we were to move to amend or add something to the agenda after the agenda had already been adopted, say later in the meeting, that you would you would need a supermajority to add it. But if you could just suspend the board policies, then you could say 4-3, oh no, well, we're not going to need a supermajority, so we're going to suspend that and then just proceed to take it.
Ms. Mason, I think if I'm hearing you guys right, it sounds like we're really down to one board policy, 2330, the board meeting agenda. It sounds like that's the one that's at issue. That's the one that deals with the 2 meetings and changing. Both examples you gave were both dealing with agenda, placing items on the agenda. And
lots of policies get violated, honestly.
well, I mean, for example, if we would not want to change that, for example, to a supermajority if we wanted to, say, amend our reassignment policies or things like that, those substantive policies that deal, the student-facing ones, I think you're going to have to stick with a simple majority on. What you're talking about is the policies that deal solely with the operations of the meeting. You're talking about the procedural ones. That's what I was getting at earlier, the difference, the procedural ones.
And 2450 doesn't really lay that out very well.
Right.
Ms. Bradford?
Yeah, I asked for the legal interpretation of this because these 3 sentences in my non-legal interpretation have nothing to do with some of the examples that have been brought up. Again, I had seen it happen in suspending the bylaws. I've seen it done in things at large state meetings. I've seen the suspension of board policies. But I really think that the understanding of what this language is needs to be seriously legally classified or explained, because I don't think it's being interpreted by board members correctly. This will not change how we add things to the agenda if this passes. This is saying the operation of any section or sections of board policies not established by law or contract may be suspended temporarily by a supermajority. And again, or right now it says majority. and that is to protect the voice of the person who's not in the majority. That's what Roberts is designed for. I really think that there's a misunderstanding about this policy. That's why I asked for legal to deal with it between now and next week.
Okay.
Okay.
I think 20 minutes is probably good.
I think you're probably right.
Maybe even another 5 for that one.
Continuing on, under old business, we have initial budget resolution fiscal year 2025-26. Mr. Wildebohr.
And I was just going to say, I think we have put in our policy, but it's not here, not policy, in our regular agendas, an update from New Hanover, and it's not here.
Right.
And we're really, nothing new is really happening until we can finish and give you the final shaboop.
Because I asked him to.
Shaboop.
That's-
Your lawyer, it's a legal term.
Supermajority to get it.
All right. Any questions on the initial budget resolution fiscal year 2025-26? Yes, we do.
Well,
Ms. Bradford.
and you guys have a new chart. It's 3 pages. And I asked Ashley to give us, because there's some terms that we haven't seen a lot lately, and then you have the codes, which will explain what those terms are. And Ashley, let's see if I get this right. This is the proposal, no, it's not the template, what is it? What is it?
This is the budget resolution.
The resolution.
That goes along with the board the superintendent budget that was approved at the May regular board meeting. So this is the resolution that goes along with
What we've already passed.
what you've already passed.
So we're not voting on it, but it does look new, and I had some questions in terms of, everything running down the left side. So this sheet that you've got explains what's covered under those items. So that when it goes through under the consensus next week, you'll be able to do it with a clean conscience.
Right, so even though the board did approve the superintendent's budget, we still need to approve this resolution. But I did want to make sure that I communicated, I did not include the 42 school specialist positions in this resolution. I wanted to see if the county funds that or if the endowment ends up funding that, and once it's funded, I would bring that back as a budget amendment to the board.
Okay.
But everything else is included. If you would like me to go back and add that in, I can, but right now, I don't know that. There's a revenue source for that right now.
Ms. Barnhart, you look puzzled?
Yes. So this, because we adopted the superintendent budget to move forward to the county commission. So what this is just an awareness for us that now we have submitted and asked the endowment for a portion of that budget ask. Is that what's happening with this? Or I'm just confused about.
Yep. So we've submitted our ask to the county, and so that was part of what was approved in May.
The budget was already approved, okay.
And then also in that budget item in May, I asked, I shared that I would bring back a budget resolution that lines up with the budget that was recommended, except I was not going to include the 42 school specialist positions in that resolution until the funding was identified. But it does include, like for capital, it includes getting the whole amount of that capital ask for, the county regular operating appropriation funds. It does include getting that ask. And what we would do, this is what passing this resolution would allow us to go ahead and populate that budget into next year and let the schools go ahead and start doing some planning. However, we would not release budget for like operations, wouldn't start doing capital projects until we actually got that revenue, until we saw what the county was actually giving us. But it does allow us to go ahead and move forward with some operating things. The other option would be, and we've done this a little bit differently in the past, if we don't feel comfortable moving forward with this initial resolution and then adjusting it once we know the county funding and the state funding. We could always do an interim resolution that says we'll continue spending at the same current level of funding into next year. This, I felt like, would give us a little bit more flexibility going into the new year. So schools could go ahead and start ordering, but we could do it either way.
Well, I guess that's where I'm, tell me if I'm understanding this right. So if we grab this and say yes, we can say schools go ahead and start planning, but we're not sure if we're going to get these 42 specialist positions. Rather, the budget that we've already adopted has those 42 included. So they could start planning, and then in a couple months from now say, hey, actually, we didn't get these specialists, so you don't
So
get
the
those
42
anymore.
are not in here.
That's what I'm saying. So
Right.
if we adopt this resolution, then they have, this is the accurate minimum of where you're at, knowing that we have this ask, that we
Right.
just don't have funding
Right.
secured yet, that
Right.
we're waiting to hear back from. So
Right.
it could have
We've
more.
asked two different groups of people for it as well.
Right.
Right.
So this allows an accurate way for our staff to start planning with the potential influx of more staffing.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I misunderstood.
All right, Dr. Merritt?
Sorry, help me out. Is this only for internal use then? This does not go to the county?
Right, this will be our initial budget resolution, so we've already submitted the ask to the county. This will just be for us, for our initial budget starting point, and then once we get, so in essence, this is our estimate, and then once we know hard numbers, state budgets passed, county budgets passed, then we will come back and shore all this up based on actual revenue received.
Right.
But right, the county won't get this is just our starting budget document.
I just don't want that, they're already pushing back about those positions, and I don't want to give them any ammunition to say, well, you see that? They even said to themselves they weren't going to plan on it. You know, I don't want to weaken our position in any way. If there's any way to say, you know, here's our whole budget, however, we are waiting on this from one or two things, I would just feel more comfortable that we put it all down as if this is really what we want. Just my thoughts.
Ms. Bradford?
Could you do that with a footnote on the resolution saying not including the 42 school specialist positions, that we're making, you know, a separate ask from the county and the endowment?
Sure.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Just as long as it's printed on there somewhere. And for those of you who aren't as super familiar with the budget, across the top you have columns. Those are our revenue. And just for fun, I'll just pick out one thing. If you go 4 over from the right, federal grant funding, there was some chatter a couple months back about $50 million. You'll see the number of dollars we're going to get from the federal government. It's $14,701 is the estimate right now, $14,701. So it is not the significant portion of our budget, but that's how you read this.
It's million.
Excuse me, what did I say?
14 million,
Thousand.
Yeah, 14,000,007. You know, across the top is the revenue, across the bottom, you'll see the total revenue, and then there are the projects and the purposes of the funding, and then that second sheet will give you an explanation of every single one of those things for your homework, if you want.
Barnhart?
So I agree with my colleagues to be able to secure the funding. My question is, so now that the ask is officially submitted to the endowment for these 42 specialists, that's my understanding of where we're at today. Is there a possibility where county commissioners can, you know, sign a support that we support the school district's ask of the endowment? I don't know if that's a way we can bring in and just have some joint collaboration of support. They didn't make the ask, we did, our school district did, but can we bring them into the fold in the way of saying, maybe you just want to tell them, hey, we support their ask.
So I have done that after our
wonderful.
last board meeting in May. In April. I did send an email to Chris Coudray and asked that he send a letter of support, and asked if the commissioners would be willing to also send a letter of support for that ask of the endowment. And I have not heard back from them yet. So we could follow up on that
Friday.
when we meet with them Friday to see if letters have been submitted or not.
I'd love that. Ms. Justice?
Yeah, in fact, part of that meeting has been online, and I've watched it, and I think they did mention that they were going to do that. I might be wrong, but I think that was brought up during the discussion on the budget.
Any thoughts on time that we need for the initial budget resolution? Do we need any further? Do we have
Do you
any
guys
further
need it
questions?
explained in detail at the meeting?
Do we, I don't think that would be a terrible idea, to be quite honest.
The
How
same
long-
things that you went over with me, going across the top, going down, and just hitting the highlights?
How long do you need for that?
I would say 5 minutes, but we want to do 10. If you make a big question.
Let's do 10. Okay. We have nothing under new business.
And these codes should be on your link for next week, so you'll be able to pull them up while she's talking.
We have nothing under new business. We will have a closed session, consensus item, correspondence, announcements, and then adjournment. Ms. Barnhart, what
Are
do
we
have
saying,
time-wise?
they were saying 20 minutes for closed session maybe? I'm just gonna say 20.
Hang on.
It'll be fairly brief, but for the next several months, we would ask that we have consensus for personnel at both meetings, simply because this is our prime hiring time.
Okay, well, with the assumption of 20 minutes, that puts us at like 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, maybe potentially a little bit less, smaller for session, but.
Okay.
3.5.
We're out for 3 minutes.
All right. I will now entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11C for the following purposes: to prevent the disclosure of information as privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C-402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights, to consult with an attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual employed or considered for employment within the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee. Do I hear such a motion?
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are in close. Make sure you close your computers.
Then you're just not gonna.
And open.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve the consensus items.
Okay, is there a second? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 6-0. Five?
Yeah.
5-0, thank you. 5. Administrative contracts, is that part of the, that's the whole shebang, yes?
I think if you approve the personnel agenda, that's in there.
Okay.
You did consensus, yeah?
Nope, yes.
Okay, thank you. It's getting there. All right, continuing on, really quick, I wanted to kind of share, it's not on here, but things that we need to keep track of. I can probably do that after we talk about board committees. Let's go to board committees. We had started this discussion a while ago, and we've continued it and continued it and continued it. So I would really love to kind of just figure out all of the things that we need to figure out. We have gone through, and we have, just to kind of summarize what we've done thus far, is we've combined finance, capital, and bond. We have adjusted legislative to be biannually, meet twice a year. Policy has stayed the same. Title IX is no longer. And I think that is where we have kind of ended. I do also know that one of the other committees has kind of disbanded as well, and that would be the turnaround task force. But that was not us, that was them. They haven't disbanded, they have just removed themselves from our group. So they're not a school, they're not a board committee, advisory committee. But we will hear more from them, I believe, next month. Yes. To kind of give us an update about all the things that are happening for them. They're kind of doing their own thing at this point. That will be in June. So as it stands right now, that is where we are. We have not talked a lot about some of the other ones, so let's see. Safety is another one, calendar committee, curriculum, and then what to do with Head Start. Those are the four really that I was looking at as far as what we want to do. So, Ms. Barnhart.
I mean, Madam Chair, from the discussion earlier today, I think that we should revisit reevaluating the curriculum committee and having input. I did not have a write-up of changes, but just to reconsider revamping that.
I would second that if that was a motion.
Yes.
Well, but there's no
I don't have a specific write-up, but just from the conversation today, I think it should be reviewed.
I actually have some thoughts as well. So, because I am new to it, I wanted to kind of have conversations with some of the individuals that have dealt with it. And so there's been a couple iterations of it. A while ago, there was about 8 to 10 members of it. More recently, there was about 30 members of it. I think 30 is way too much. I think that then drowns out a lot of voices. And so my thought was keeping it about 10 and under to include a board member, subject matter expert. I believe Dr. DeWalt I don't know if she would be considered the subject matter expert or if Dr. Hamilton would be the subject matter expert, but both of them. An ED representative, principal of the year, elementary teacher of the year, middle school teacher of the year, high school teacher of the year, a parent of an elementary student or students, and parent of secondary students, to meet monthly, starting at the end of June, and to talk about things like Stamped, to talk about things like Wit and Wisdom. When we first were presented with it, we had these stacks of books that we were shown that there was absolutely no way for us to really go through all of them. It was a presentation that we were given. I remember it sitting in the boardroom looking and just being a little overwhelmed by the amount of books that there were. And so really kind of digging into Wit and Wisdom, finding because according to the climate survey that we did before, there were some concerns that staff had with some of the content of Wit and Wisdom. So really just digging into some of those concerns, some of the possible, I call them hot spots, not thinking like, things that are that may cause some concern for parents, that may cause some concern for teachers, but also making sure that there's continuity across the district. How some teachers are teaching it isn't necessarily how other teachers are teaching it. And so just making sure that continuity is there across the district and making sure that we're building efficacy across the district. So those are some of the things that I wanted to kind of bring forward to the board and just kind of share. Those are my thoughts as far as moving forward, what I feel like the curriculum committee would look like, and I think would benefit us more, because I don't know if that was necessarily the focus in the past. I don't know which hand was up first. Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you. I like hearing all that. I would also emphasize a rolling need for scaffolding supports. You know, we talk about how we're supporting our multilingual students. We talk about our AIG population, of how we're doing that. Again, with building that collective efficacy across the district of what that looks like. So not in addition to just the content being, but how we are providing those supports to different areas. Our EC population, I know that was part of, this was part of the reason why Wit and Wisdom was adopted, is we had these built-in pockets that were able to address those, in hopes that it kind of took something off our staff, so that they had these supports built in and were able to provide that cross-sectionality. So I'd love to see that. I know we had met, that was the AP teachers, a year and a half ago? They said that was the first time they came together as a district in front of the board to actually kind of have a conversation about what it looks like, because a lot of times they're standalone at each of the high schools, right? They're an AP math teacher, an AP English teacher, of how we can provide, and I think there's now, I can't think of the word right now, whenever they come together, it's like grouping. PLCs, things like that, to have that, to bring that continuity. So I love that idea. My only addition would be to talk about, maybe there could be a scaffolding focus at different meetings to talk about different supports we're providing, in addition to elementary, middle school, high school.
And to kind of go off of that, and I know that Ms. Justice and Ms. Bradford have their hand up, but really the other thing that was mentioned, not just those points that I had brought up, but making sure that we're not just focusing on one area of curriculum, because we do have several different areas of curriculum, and really highlighting, you know, that continuity, that efficacy. And I think it's great to kind of talk and bring in the different individuals to present to the committee itself, to say, okay, here's the pitfalls, here's, you know, how can we kind of problem solve. So I think that could definitely be part of the discussion, you know. Ms. Justice?
Yes. We had a curriculum committee for many years, and then they disbanded it, I think, 2015-16. I came on board in 2018, talked to Dr. Smith about it at the time, Sean Smith, and we decided to reinitiate it, bring it back to life. And the main reason was because the staff was concerned that they needed support in curriculum changes and things that were going on. So the way we had it designed is we had experts in curriculum, in areas like social studies, ELA, and whoever was in charge of that district-wide would meet. So I think altogether we had maybe 10, 12 people at the most, along with, it was at that time Dr. Smith, because she was in charge of curriculum, then a school board member. And they would bring different concerns that they had each month and different supports for teachers, like you were just talking about, you know, the different things that different curriculums need for different times. So it was fluid, but it met the needs. Mainly it was focused on what the staff needed. And so it's a really valid committee, but it needs to be structured, in my opinion, around the effectiveness of curriculum in the classroom for the staff and the students. The parents, they're more than welcome to have say, but our curriculum is based on state-provided standards that we have to follow. A lot of it does have to do with whoever's in charge of our curriculum in the school district itself is how much they want to get involved and how much direction they want to do in steering it. Dr. Smith got quite good for the year or two where it was being very effective, and were actually, the teachers loved it. We had it televised, and they were able to see different things going on with different curriculums. It was very, as I said, it was very focused on what was going on in the classroom and what was useful for the kids and the staff. So, I mean, that's how we structured it before. It was less, and I'm going to say it straight, it was less parent-driven, and it was needs of the classroom-driven, which to me is always the number one reason to do anything in the schools.
Ms. Bradford?
Was yours in the form of a motion? Is there a motion on the
No,
floor?
it was just a suggestion of, when talking with individuals who had been part of it, just what might work well, what has worked in the past, what hasn't worked in the past, and just kind of trying to figure out, and the reason that parents were added was because, one, parents do have concerns, and, as much as I agree, we want to make sure that it's student, teacher focused, we also need to take into consideration that there are parents out there that are involved, that do want to know, and do want to be part of the discussion. And so I want to make sure that their voices are heard as well. And so that's why that was kind of part of why that had been suggested in general.
Well, I'd like to frame a motion to do that, but I still go back to thinking we need 3 board members on it. Right now it's advisory. It needs to become a real committee. And I like the idea of the 10. It's starting to look, it's a great combination. And I really think that a motion to reorganize the curriculum committee to, as you suggested, but put 3 board members on it so you can make some real decisions to bring to the whole board instead of just being what it is. But the curriculum person hasn't chimed in on this, so I'd want to hear from her.
I can ask Dr. Hamilton to chime in. What are your thoughts, Dr. Hamilton?
So I feel like I'm on the spot right now. I'm not really sure what my thoughts are about this right now, about actually moving it from advisory committee to a committee. I think that's a board decision and what the board wants to do. And certainly I would follow suit with whatever the board decided that you all wanted to do. And I will just say that we'll work with it either way that it is.
That would be standing versus advisory. I've got the list up here, and it's so outdated, and so there's other things I want to talk about that's on here, but there's some stuff that's really old, and I know it took us forever to get these things. I think Ms. Barnhart drove that bus for a while 2 years ago, and we finally got some of this stuff right.
Never driven back.
But now it's time to do it again. But I just think that we've got these issues that we could actually deal with and then bring recommendations to the board that the whole board could do. And so I would make the motion that we adopt the suggestions of the chair, but switching it from advisory to adding the 3 board members to the existing board member, Ms. Mason, and see what you can get done. I mean, having been the curriculum advisory person for 2 years, and we literally did nothing. I don't like to call 20 people together to do nothing.
Right, which is why I don't want to call 20 people together. Dr. Merrick? Oh, there was a motion. Is there a second? Okay. Dr. Merrick?
I think there's always a real delicate dance between what is the board's purview and what is the district's purview. And certainly we've seen across the country certain abuses of that delicate balance. It might show up where the board just doesn't pay attention and the school district goes off, on a wild hair in one way or another. But I think it's also we're seeing more and more where school boards are dictating in areas of pedagogy that they don't actually have experience. And I would like, and I'm sorry to do this to you, Dr. Barnes, but I would like you to weigh in on where you see the balance about what we're talking about right now. Sorry.
I have a handout.
Cool.
I think the devil's going to be in the details, right? And it always is. I think that as long as the board respects the import and the input of the staff, I think then we're going to continue to do just fine. I think where that balance is really can be a lot of different things. It can be 3 board members in there, it can be 2 board members, that's not really a factor. I think as long as, like you just said, that we're working collaboratively, that we're working collectively, and that we're not feeling that that curriculum committee is devised to negatively impact what's going on in classrooms. And I think that the rest of that is nuance, right? Does that make sense?
Well, if we do have it as a committee, a regular board committee, then those 3 board members are voting, and even though they might be getting input from the staff, they also might be ignoring input from the staff. And I like it when it's an advisory committee because it's still being driven by staff. Uh-oh.
I don't know.
I kicked the hornet's nest, I guess.
I think Ms. Bradford.
And my thought has always been that we started with finance, which hadn't met until he became the superintendent. We had 1 meeting, and then we've created this really productive committee. And my idea was to pattern it like that, which is basically what you proposed. And even though we've had voting board members on there, but we're not, it's a collaborative effort and it's working really well. And my idea was if we could do something like that and make the results that we've made, I mean, I'm stunned at where we are in 1 year with that committee, with the 2 of them and everybody else that sits on that committee, what we've accomplished. It's night and day. And I think that we can do that again with curriculum. And that was my point. There's never been any driver that was, politically motivated. It's a good mix of people that have different ideas, and it's working really well. And that was my suggestion to do this, because it can work, and it can really move the ball into where this time next year we're sitting in a completely different place. And a lot of things have gotten dealt with. Like, we had this nightmare of the budget process where the whole county was in an uproar, and now it's really nothing. It's just the budget process. So that's what I'm hoping.
Mr. Perry.
My only concern with this kind of a committee, as opposed to it being a board committee versus an advisory committee, is I think we heard about it a little bit in the climate survey. Teachers don't want to be micromanaged. They don't want to be told, you have to teach this way with this stuff in this particular manner. We need to trust our teachers. They can use their own creativity to do that. Setting some general guidelines as far as the curriculum, good things. But I don't want to mandate, you shall teach this way. So that's my only concern.
And I don't think that's the intent of the way that I have discussed with people. Ms. Justice.
This isn't finance. It's a huge difference. Curriculum and finance are 2 different worlds. Curriculum is what we teach in the classroom. That's dictated by the state. We have no choice. And then you have the teachers' wonderful professional input and the kids' feedback. It all works together. An advisory board makes sense. That's what we had. I'm sorry that for a couple years there, it sounds like the curriculum committee was sort of semi-destroyed by adding way too many people and never even meeting. But when Dr. Smith was here, we were very productive in the few times that we were able to carry it out, and it was mainly geared towards improving the curriculum the state already provided with what we have here locally. Here we were complaining about how many committees we're having, and suddenly we're trying to grow one, especially one that needs to be streamlined to be not 20 people, needs to meet in order to meet the needs of the kids and the students. And so that's an advisory is what it was. I see no reason to turn to an actual committee itself. If you really are focused on what's best for everybody involved, you're talking about people meeting extra times, that they're not necessarily needed. If you're going to have meetings, you should be focused on staff and curriculum. As I said, the state dictates that we don't have a lot of flexibility. Most of the flexibility goes on in the classroom with professional training. So, you know, if you want to go ahead and enlarge it, add 3 board members, this is not what we were originally talking about when we were talking about streamlining committees. This is expanding it, and I'm not sure how I'm not a layperson because I have been in education a long time. Most of the people on the board were lucky enough to have some background in education, but none of us are the professionals that go in the classrooms every day. So I am sort of like what Mr. Perry said. I'm not about to start changing things up in that area. But we do need to advise and expand what's going on in the classroom as far as supporting the teachers and what they're doing.
I mean, the state sets the standards, and this board adopted the curriculum that we utilize. And we have a couple of streamlined curriculum that we use. And part of the process and adoption, and many of us were new board members when this was brought to our attention 2 months in to adopt it, and it was under the expectation of saying, you know, we're not going to use everything under the sun. There's going to be some things that we say, hey, we really hate this second grade module for whatever reason, and we're not going to do it. Instead, we're going to do this lesson, and again, with advocacy. So this is something that I see as an opportunity. We're sitting here talking at our next meeting about the oral history component and the database that we want to help to amplify the staff and the resources we have in our district. So I think this could be a wonderful opportunity to help bring us into the fold, to understand this is where we're going, this is how we're accomplishing the goal, and it's not just because Dr. Hamilton's sitting over there that her kids are going to get it in the school that she's teaching in. We want to make sure that every single kid across the district is having access to the high value content. So I am fine with saying, let's tweak some of these, you know, the initial thoughts, and if we need to send this to policy, and then, you know, the policy chair can reach out and have some more communication. I'm smiling because I know he might love that job. But the reality is, I'm fine with saying, let's mull it over. But if we're talking about opportunities to discuss collaboratively about scaffolding for our students, if we're talking about creating opportunities and databases of how we can ensure that quality content is for every single child, I think this is a no-brainer. And so I think these is a way for us to do that. I'm in support of it. Mr. Whitmore.
And I also would concur with my colleague over there. Also, we just got a handout, and if you look at the handout, which is, I think, a very, very, very good handout, it says very clearly the curriculum and budget approve the annual budget, which is one piece, and major changes in curriculum and educational programs. And I think really we need to be part of that discussion to be able to do that. I mean, not to just have somebody do a presentation and say, this is what we're going to do, and you know, and just we vote on it. And I think, you know, in my personal humble opinion, I don't think we should chair that committee necessarily, because I think really we have, you know, professionals here that need to do that. But I mean, as far as having, whether it's 2 members, 3 members, 1 member, I think really, I'll be honest, 1 member there is just kind of listening. 2 members can actually, or 3 members can give input. I would think that maybe having a little bit more. As far as streamlining, we already have a committee, so it's not adding a committee, it's subtracting a committee. It's maybe changing where they are on the whole thing.
Reorg.
But it's right here. If we take this diagram, which I think is, again, a very good diagram, it says that's part of our purview, and I think it is. I don't know that we need to come in there, like I say, and go gangbusters. We need to start changing stuff. I think we need to let the professionals, as my colleague over there said, I think we need to let the professionals lead the way, but I think we also need to be part of that conversation. And I think we are, whether it's a advisory committee or whether it's committee, but I mean, whether it's a committee either way, so I don't know where any committees.
To that point, I'm looking at policy, and if it's a board standing committee, it has a chair to it. That it's not staff. There's a subject matter expert, if I'm reading correctly. Advisory committees are chaired by staff. So that's the difference.
Can I not?
Go for it.
But, you know, can I not add that we have more than one member on? Because I think that is still our, we can change policy to add that. Yes, you can speak back to me. But we can
CTE
have,
is an advisory
Yeah.
that we have multiple members on. I would skip that example. CTE.
that might be a good compromise.
So if we, okay, so the original motion, and I do see your hand, the original motion is to take my recommendations, add 2 board members, and make it a board standing committee, which would then make it ours, and we chair it.
Well, now,
Is that, am I understanding that correctly, Ms. Bradford? Just so I
yes,
can-
it was, and my thinking was, I'm chairing finance, capital,
Right.
and bond now, but I don't do anything without Ashley and without him. It's a three-way thing. I'm just the person that opens the meeting and closes the meeting, basically, and keeps everybody talking.
Gotcha.
So it's not like you're setting, I mean, we don't do anything like,
It's not like policy.
yeah, I'm not running the show at all. I'm just the facilitator, because you
that's
have
the
to have
model.
somebody to do that. So again, I was thinking the model, by doing that and modeling after what's so successfully working with this committee that we have now. So yes, that is my motion.
Okay. Dr. Merrick?
I would like to amend the motion to adopt the changes that the chair has recommended in terms of the number of people that are on the committee, adding more board members, meeting more often, but keeping it as a advisory committee, so that we have the chair being our expert, professional expert.
I second that.
Okay.
Can I
Mr.
ask you
Wildebohr?
a question of information? How many members have you recommended?
I thought you said 3.
Oh, you're talking about the members of the board.
Yeah.
She
Members of the
said
board.
10, and
Oh, yeah, but
Members
you're
of the board,
but you're
yes,
saying
yeah.
3 board members and
Yeah.
the 10 of the,
Yeah, that's a good compromise.
there's no disagreement with that.
Okay. All right, any discussion on the amendment? Ms. Justice?
Well, again, we're trying to streamline committees, not enlarge them, and I think that's why I think an advisory will make more sense. And also, 2 board members would be just as, in my opinion, would just be as effective as 3. I know that you say you want to jump in there and be part of it, but you're going to find out once you get in there, most of the talk is around curriculum, and everybody else is the ones that really need to be putting the input in. We have input, but the main input needs to be coming from people in the classroom every day, and this is state mandated. You guys have got to follow what we are, they're above us, what they tell us to do, and what they provide us with.
All right, we have about 5 minutes, Ms. Bradford.
I would think that we'd want to ask our curriculum director if she's comfortable chairing this, or if she, because it does put an extra amount of work on you if you have to chair something. And when you share that burden, like we're doing, it doesn't put I'm not making those decisions. We're the 3 of us make those decisions, because he's always in the background on everything. So,
Dr. Hamilton?
I know we're putting you on the threat, but I mean, I don't want to vote for that to make you have to increase your workload at all. That's not what we're here for. I'm trying to decrease your workload.
Well, that's very nice of you, and I appreciate that so much. I will say, so my goal now is to increase collective efficacy across the district. So I think utilizing, whether it's an advisory committee or a regular board committee, regardless, I think that's a great place to be able to come together with a singular focus each month and work on that, and then some particular areas as well, curriculum-wise, or, curriculum, I'll just say that, curriculum-wise, subject-wise, to make sure that we're doing all we can to create that, like Ms. Barnhart said, the same opportunities, that every teacher has access to those same opportunities, so that every child is getting the very highest quality that any child in this district is getting, right? So either way, I think that it's work that I enjoy, it's work that I want to do, and whatever kind of partner I have in that, I think you talked about how you, Dr. Barnes, and Ms. Sutton work together. So, I would just see it that way, as a collaborative work, regardless.
So under those circumstances, you're going to need 1 board member to be that lead person, because you can't do it with 3. And that was the point of standing versus advisory. Gotcha. It's not some big plot.
Real quick, Dr. Barnes?
I can be real quick. I think it's fair to say that as a board, you guys are looking for opportunities and ways to vocally and show that you're supporting staff and supporting the district. This is a great opportunity too for you guys to be a part of something that's designed to do just that. I think my only thing would be I would say you did 2 members, right? I would say you rotate every year to make sure over the course of time, in the time that you are being here as a board member, that you have access to, everyone has an opportunity to engage in that work as well, because that builds efficacy amongst you guys as well.
So there is an amendment on the table to adopt my recommendations with the addition of 2 board members and keep it as a board advisory committee. I think I got all of it. Mr. Wu, will you call the roll?
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Sure.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Doesn't matter. It's already done, so either one, I don't care. Yes?
Okay.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Sir?
Sorry.
Was that a yes?
Yes, that was definitely a yes.
All right, that passes 7-0. That was an amendment, so we do have to vote on the,
Well, it's a replacement.
do we have, it was,
It's a replacement amendment.
we don't have to vote on that.
You don't have to.
Do we have to vote on that? Attorney? We're good?
Yeah.
He's talking. Ms. Bradford, we have 1 minute.
Before we leave committees, you have me down as the person for Head Start. Can we suspend that committee for now until Head Start comes back around?
Okay.
Motion? I would like to make
I'll
a
second that.
substitute motion, and we need to have a pre-K committee because we have, hopefully we'll have Head Start again, but we have NC pre-K and local pre-K classes, so I would like for there to be a constant representative to support our pre-K students. So I would make a substitute motion to readdress the Head Start committee to revamp it to be pre-K and work with our director to do that.
Third.
And can I amend that?
We're at 6 o'clock.
I just want to amend it to take me off and put Ms. Barnhart on.
Well, that is not something you can do.
I think she's trying to say something.
Sorry.
Please.
All right, so there is a motion to readdress Head Start and change it to pre-K.
A pre-K liaison.
A pre-K liaison. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. We are at time, and we didn't get everything done. But
Can we add committees back at another point?
Don't we have to do the summer plan?
that was in consensus, we did that. So before I entertain the motion, I'm going to ask for 1 minute, because I need to announce to
So
you
I make
guys.
a motion to extend for 5 minutes.
All right,
Second.
thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Okay, so a couple things we need to do. Just want to make sure that everybody is aware of the following things that are happening next week that are some of the most fun parts of our job. So we have on Tuesday, before our regular meeting at 4:30, our recognition of future teacher scholarship winners. We're going to celebrate them. That'll be back there. They're going to sign their stuff. We had some amazing interviews. It was awesome. That is next Tuesday at 4:30.
Yep.
4:30 next Tuesday on the 6th. On the 7th, there is a retirement banquet at 6:30 p.m. at the Brooklyn Arts Center. On Thursday, the Teacher of the Year banquet at 6 p.m., also at Brooklyn Arts Center.
That one's at 6 and the other one's at 6:30?
So retirement banquet is at 6:30, Teacher of the Year is at 6. I highly recommend that if you are a newbie, you should go to these. These are so much fun. You get to celebrate. It's amazing.
Food's good too, yeah.
The food is amazing. Teacher of the Year is on Thursday
6 p.m.
at 6 p.m.
Brooklyn Arts.
Brooklyn Arts. And then the other thing really briefly is July meeting. Originally, it is scheduled for
July 1st?
July 1st.
I'd like to make a motion that we do that on the 8th.
So there's a motion to
What does that do
move
to
the
policy?
July meeting to the second week of July rather than the first, since it is a holiday
What does
week.
that do to policy?
Which is that process?
Listen, sir. All right, so there's a motion to move it. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Then you'd move it out.
All right, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. All
And
right.
so you could move policy out a week?
All right, so that is all that I have. I will
Committee, think I can do that next week?
do what now?
Add a committee?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just throw it in.
If you could make a motion to add that next week.
I'll make a motion to add a
No,
quick...
I mean next week when we get there.
Next week, I'll do that. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, let me now.
I will
I'm ready
entertain a
do it.
motion to
I'm ready
adjourn.
do it. Get her done.
We have 2 minutes, Judy.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion.
All right, Ms. Justice has something to say.
Actually, this is a request from Ms. Bowie. We're running into a graduation time, and we're going to have lots of fun figuring out how all that schedules and where and when and how.
I'm working
So
on that.
That's what I was about to say. The
I'm working
sooner
on
we
it
can
right now.
get that out, the
Yep,
better.
I'm working on that right now.
Lives will
That
be.
is me. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That's me, not her.
Well, I mean, she's
All
the
right.
one that sends it out, so I guess you're the one that I need to,
All right, all those in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.